What's going on, everybody? How you doing? How's it going? Happy Thursday. Oh my goodness. Yes, I don't even have the game set up yet. Nothing's set up. I am behind, but let's get this going. I'm excited to play. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. So if you have not seen my social media posts, or my Discord posts, we're probably going to push just to beat the game today. It just honestly makes sense. It makes sense to just try to get the game beat today, rather than waiting. Really, because the game forces a lot of grinding to do the bonus content, and so what's I opened the wrong game. I opened Apex Legends. My bad. Give me 1 second, guys. I thought I was opening Tales of Arise. But yeah, the game pushes grinding for leveling up. The way they did leveling up is just, it's rough. It's scaled based on your level and not just base experience and whatnot. So it's just, I don't have the push to grind. I really don't have the push to grind. The battle system is fun in this game, but I think grinding is boring. I don't want to grind. And like, that's weird to say because I love Monster Hunter and a lot of that game is just grinding. Grinding the same monsters over and over to get the one weapon or the one piece that you need and whatnot. But yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna continue on through the story, and see if we get to a point where we are maybe high enough level. If we can like get to level 50 before we go to the end game, maybe we'll jump and try to do some of the other content that's available. But we're just barely 40. I don't think we're gonna reach 50 like that. So that's where we're at. That's what I'm thinking.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Just making sure. I didn't even get my Twitter posts and everything out.
Man,
so I have to make sure to get those out and done. Yeah, I'm super behind. Today has been a low brain function day today. Uh, but yeah, so let's get the controller loaded up, and everything's ready to go. Let me just make sure you guys can actually hear me, which you can, and let's just get into the game. You know what? Actually, before we do that, I have one more thing to do, or that I want to do. Well, I meant to set up a lurk and completely forgot to finish setting up this lurk. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and lurk Crispy. We haven't lurked him in a while. It's been a while since he's been gone. So we're gonna drop him a lurk while he's live. And let's see, there's one. I can do one more window. So let's set up that one more window with people I'm following. I know Bellers is live. She's playing Civ. Maybe we'll lurk her. Zeta. You know what? Let's lurk Zeta. Zeta's playing DBD, so let's give Zeta a lurk. Zeta, oh, that's adorable. Zeta and Odin are playing DBD together. But yeah, alright, lurks are set up. That's right. The one other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to go to my YouTube, and I wanted to get my most recent video, your channel, and I wanted to copy the link, and I want to go into Nightbot, and I want to set up that command, because we have another new YouTube video. NYT, new YouTube video. I will post that in just a second. I did a box opening for Monster Hunter World, the board game, that I posted up on YouTube yesterday. So if you guys want to be awesome and check that out, you can do it right now with this command. Boom, right there. Go ahead, go check out my new video. I'd be super grateful if you want to give me that subscribe as well. I'm on the road to getting 100 subscriptions. I would love to get those follows. I need to network that one more. I honestly should probably talk to Hype Pokey Pete and get posting that on his channel. Cause but I'd feel bad because I'm not very active on his channel. Excuse me. So anybody who wasn't here, we found this ship that Alphen came to Dana on. It's weird that this whole world is just a ring, but okay. Like, I feel like there's so much left of this world that you could explore. It's so weird. But this world is straight up just a ring. Like, that is where the last Lord was. And we're in Calaglia, which is where you started. Alright, let's get these conversations going, and we'll go to Lenegus, and then probably Rena.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegus? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegus.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegus and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegus?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, Then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Clean the beard.
Look, none of us want to fight.
Mustache is too big.
But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
So is Lenegis
That's right.
the Renin
If we
planet?
can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
Sick of funny. Okay, so right. Okay, Lenegis is the intermediate. Is the middle.
Where? Xion?
People fell asleep sitting on their boxes, like not laying down or anything. How do you sleep like that?
Where'd Xion go? How could she just go off on her own?
I mean, at least Renwell is like supporting her head a little bit.
Xion. Xion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Xion, you're so dumb. What are you doing?
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah,
What?
I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
Don't look at the window.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death.
I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
That's so sweet.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Elvin?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Elvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
And my bow,
Me in as
and
well.
my axe,
I want to be a force for good, not hate.
and my sword.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
The Fellowship of the Flaming Sword.
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope. Huh? Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again.
Thank you for the lurk, Alien! Good luck on tonight's streams.
No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Let's go. On to Lenegis. Oh, now I have to talk to everyone separately.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Well, that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
I think I have a feeling of where the story's gonna go.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Let's see, what does Rinwell have to say?
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
Because she didn't tell you. It's not your
I'm
fault.
sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell
He
me
knew
off?
your dad for like 2 weeks.
Zephyr,
Not even.
I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law,
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Sorry, and then all the way to Shion.
Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadime, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too, to think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Until the end. 30 minutes of dialogue.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
30 minutes of dialogue. I love RPGs. I love the stories they tell, but like,
Everyone well rested?
sometimes I
Then
feel
let's go.
like they take too
We
long.
depart for Lenegis.
If that's, I don't know how much of a weird thing that might be to say, but like sometimes I feel like they just take such a long time to do like that. Like we've been talking for 30 minutes. 30, let's say,
Well,
yeah,
it's
30
the moment
minutes.
of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
It's not
Okay.
Ragnarok.
Sounds
It's different.
perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have 2 goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
This isn't a planet. It's not a planet. Starship. Oh, they cleaned it all off. After having that conversation, why didn't they clean it off before boarding?
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay,
Oh my
Shion?
God!
You seem a
Jesus
little
Christ, man!
Different. Like in a bad way different?
No, not at
I
all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life.
Fucking an
It's
hour
easy.
of dialogue! Just do it all at once!
Is something wrong?
I have to talk
No,
to them to move
I was
forward.
merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less.
Thank you for the lurk,
This
Zeta.
trip
I
will
appreciate
probably
you.
mean facing up to
Hope
some
you're having a
difficult
good day and a
emotions.
wonderful DBD stream.
Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this together.
Like, I literally just had conversations with all of them, and now I have to have conversations with all of them again.
Listen to this. So Law and I were just talking, and
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
So, I feel like... I honestly feel like I would be reacting the same way I'm reacting now if I were, even if I weren't playing this game on stream, with like the feeling of that there's too much dialogue, there's too much intermediary stuff. Like, why do I have to run around to everyone and talk to them? Why don't they just have the conversations? And some of the, like, that conversation was not needed. It was not needed. I didn't need to know he was afraid to fly.
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen.
Oh, it's that.
I'll
and the
forever
one
be
who brought
grateful
me.
to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, Are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
So Lenegis is... It's a Death Star. That's what the Lenegis is. It's a Death Star. I'm actually going to get to play the game now. Thank you for the lurk, Sassy. I hope you had a wonderful Thursday.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
Alright.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond
Finally!
lies a city full of relics.
Christ. Oh my god, no.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving
I
me the
just want to play the
heebie-jeebies.
game.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Finally! Nope, it's gonna ding again for more dialogue, I bet. I bet there's gonna be more dialogue. I'm gonna get another ding. gonna get another ding.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Do?
We're gonna have to have a conversation about him.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us.
What could be so
I want to play the
important?
game.
It's worth destroying
Oh my
people's
God.
livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
I can play the game. I can play the game. There's no more dialogue right now. I can play the game. But I have to go talk to people.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit? The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Strawberries. Please give me like somewhere to rest and cook a meal on this planet. Fancy parfait recipe.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the Lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over.
Shut up, Sophies.
I would've
How
thought
was your
ruling
stream
Lenegis
today?
alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think
Contest didn't
Volron was
exist
made
300
sovereign
years
for
ago.
the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction.
What's up, Kim? Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you so much. Oh my god, more fucking
I
dialogue.
didn't realize Renan suppressed their own kind, too.
Jesus Christ.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to
It's
mind.
been an hour.
Am I the only one who
I
finds
have
that
not
strange?
played the game in an hour.
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without
Something
wealth.
is weird going on.
But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
More dialogue. Oh my god.
Tell me,
I'm about to
Doreen,
just give up.
has that
And
skill of
this is
yours
just
got a name?
like, I understand it's
And
an
what
RPG
skill
and there's
would
going to be
this
a lot of
be,
story.
pray tell?
But
You
it
know,
has
when
now
you're
been
talking
an
to people
hour.
around town.
Over an hour.
The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
Of just them talking.
I'm afraid I don't quite
I've
follow.
not played the game.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it. How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
I'm supposed to talk to somebody or do a thing with somebody over here. They had an exclamation mark that I wasn't paying attention to. I thought they did. I thought there was. Oh, never mind. Alright, let's keep going. Maybe we can actually get into a fight. Sorry about that, everyone. Jesus Christ. I did not realize there was going to just be an hour straight of conversation and dialogue. Like, seriously, it's overkill. That was absolute overkill. I would feel this way if I weren't streaming and playing this
Nobody
game.
left to run
And
the show.
here we go more.
I wonder what the people here are supposed to do.
Oh, now I have to actually
their
acknowledge.
sovereigns up on the Renin homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renins in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
You want me to go talk more? Oh my god. I want to play the game. Sport, I can't see someone excellently. Lord Balsif. I know it is considered to be a giant brute, but you realize an aggressive man. That's how much he looks after the members of his house. For that house, always doesn't enjoy much esteem. Serb will be first to admit it, but His Excellency always stands up against his efforts in the crown contest aren't only for his family, but standing each and every member of his house.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter.
Lord Dohalim, you've returned. Didn't see you brought A's with you. Do you remember who I am, Lord? Surely you must, yes. Not only to support House of Kiaris, more specifically, specifically. So much so, I've been trying to share my appreciation in his lordship. And he would listen. In fact, I was planning to publish extensive writings on the subject throughout. But it is very terminal for all to read and enjoy, since the lines appear to be cut due to the recent tumults. I know, since you're all here, I'll read them aloud. Oh my god. They're just, sure he... Okay. Wait, I forgot to mention anything. His lordship love collecting things.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
I want to play the game.
Down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was
Normally I pay a little bit more attention to dialogue. But like this is side quest. This doesn't really matter. I'm just learning about people I already defeated. How's Valkyries? For Lord Dole, you and dreadful Lord Armadria, do you? You don't? Well, I'm scared. For generations, indeed, and support Lord Ganabelt. Behind the scenes, he might emerge victorious. Many may think a cool man by insist I like mistaken. Though I won't deny he can be strict, he puts Rena's interests in front and center like no one else. Why he advocates rather than the stake confined to Lenegis, we should be able to colonize Dana and expand our horizons. That way, we will become masters of both worlds and overturn the current minority status on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become our next sovereign, telling his greater, more noble ambition. Pursue the advancement of all kind. I would care more if I didn't already have that, if I didn't already defeat him. Like...
Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, there also also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had
Alright, let's keep going. Let's
cared
push.
about it until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Pardon me.
Jason House, King Arthur. Not surely you don't claim to be ignorant of a famed house ruler or esteemed lord of Madria. If so, I urge you to listen well. In fact, I bid you listen carefully. Have you ever noticed in the history of Lenegus, only a few women lords have emerged clean from us? Many have theories, as why this might be, but Lord of Madria quashed the doubts of naysayers through sheer might. In fact, not only did she usurp her father and previous family members, she removed her older brother and became a seat for herself. She is a woman who stops at nothing to get what she wants, gives her enemies by virtues. Last. Women power. Absolutely. I agree.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her. Ridiculous.
Hello, some. Volron can help. I was just reading about Volron. Can I help you?
Okay.
So is ardent supporter of Lord Ulrich Hildress myself. Sudden death down on the surface like be. In my eyes, Lord Ulrich is a true water lord. I don't believe for a second he perished in some accident like they say. So how Voran runs again with Harris. Don't get me started. I hear he enslaves not only Danans, but as even his fellow Renans. We may live in a society where the victor go the spoils, and his actions against what we stand for, besides just a sort of family line. He says how secret he is anyway. I never heard of it until he came along, which means among the lowest ranked society. Such an ignoble lineage. Thank you for the lurk, Bucci. I appreciate you. How's your Civ stream? How was playing Elden Ring?
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the
Stanley,
brutality
did
they're
that
known
twice.
for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right.
This is what I don't
It's the same
understand.
reason Volsif hated my
don't
guts,
understand.
and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
I know
Guess
there's a
that
bunch
makes
of
you an
people
even
here, but
bigger
it's still
oddball
only
than
showing
we
me that
thought.
one person's here.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust, as a fellow human being above all else.
I was honestly expecting to come up here and like just get into battles and
There's
it'd be a
something I
dungeon,
just don't get.
and it's
What is
still, oh
The
my
crown
god,
contest
almost 2
itself
hours
has
of
always
dialogue.
gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Just do it all at once. Do all the dialogue at once.
Varia?
Jesus
Isn't that the
Christ,
person that our
man.
peer guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
I'm honestly not even caring about this story shit anymore. I'm getting really pissed off. More stuff. Hey, what was that all about, Dohalim? Who did you kill? We have to talk about this now.
Dohalim. I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about
You
you
killed
killing
fucking 4 lords!
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Oh my god, what is up with that?
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Can I play the game now? Using arts to put out the fire. What's the point of this map? Why? What's the point of all of this? Nothing. Unless I'm gonna have to come back this way and fight everything that's there on my way back. This is some of the stuff that I don't understand with RPGs. What was all that extra bullshit for? 2 items?
Wow, this place is beautiful.
That I can't even use because there's no
Must be
campsite.
some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnigan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnigan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait. Don't tell me she doesn't know.
Obviously she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
No, because you would have taken him out.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I'm gonna be totally honest.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
A lot of the story and everything that's coming on, they're overloading. Literally, it's been like an hour and a half of just story. Story on story on story. And it's overload. It's overload. Look at that. Out of money. Fucking game, man. Let's see. Items. Diamond armor. Nope. 9, 18, 27, 36. Decrease aggro, elemental water, elemental seeking cost. Wind and earth damage. Dark damage, max HP damage. Stone, half AG cost. Chance 50%. Resistance was 40. Trigger speed. Attack was 60. Fire damage. Yeah, it's fine. I'm honestly. There's just so much with accessories.
You guys checked your equipment?
Back up tiny, heal HP after battle small. Return combat points. Experience boost tiny. Or defense obtained. Elemental attack up. Well, I never got to catch a boss fish, so. Heal CP after battle medium.
That came out great. After mastering countless, I finally... Mob Oak! This is especially...
Your
Spices.
I think I'll...
You sure? It does.
The heat from the spices is intense, but not
You're making a good case for your curry, Alphen.
Indeed.
Right?
Like it?
There's plenty...
Let's go. I'm surprised they actually gave me a camp. And now, just out of nowhere, enemies.
Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh! I am Lord Halim of Elden Menencia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they've got one. Not today! Severing wind! Searing gale!
An astral light?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
By the power of water.
Anything in order is
That's right, my turn! Dragon Force!
ready. Hey! Pull them away!
Mega Ray,
Thank you! Elusive deity!
Shit. I missed to see what level these guys were. 434 is what I ended it on.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Let's go. Look at that thing. Oh, how much do I have? 456. So what was that? 434 to 456. 22? That's not bad. And then if we can have good fights without having to heal much, we should be able to.
You're mine! Can't get out of this! Dragon Swarm! Can you take it? You're mine! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Not a chance! Radiant Pierce! You're on! Down on the ground! Leave the ensnaring to me. Do it! The shield!
So like right there, I went from 456 to 445. So that should give me another 20 and bring it up. 467. Yeah. Okay, so 22 per fight.
Retreat if you know what's good for you. Take this!
I think I'll pass on the handshake.
Catapult! Wind!
Healing circle.
Take this! Penumbra! Force blast!
In here. Pull myself
Never
together.
win!
I'll be saving
Take
this
it!
one.
Soaring blast! Shockwave blast! I'm not done! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Ignite! Thank you! Dragon Swarm!
Field.
Shockwave blast! Eternal turret! Take this! I'm not done! Eternal devastation! Dragon Swarm! Bathed in blood. No further! I'll smash you! This was all mine! Lunar Rondo! Force blast! Negative gauge! You're on! Dragon Swarm!
Field.
Shockwave blast! You're mine! You're mine! Severing wind! Lunar I could do without this thing! Shockwave blast!
Let me help.
Double demon bash! Coming through!
Fighting bosses now.
Scarlet
Should have done
Inferno!
instead of should have done experience increase.
Eternal devastation! I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Soaring blast! Blizzard ring! No! Can't end
Shit.
here! I couldn't make it in time.
What is it? Water that he's weak to?
Alarms are being interrupted. Soaring blast! Take it! Can't move!
Fuck.
I don't even know the word defeat.
This can't be happening.
Son of a bitch. I wasn't expecting a fucking attack like that. A one-hit kill like that. Jesus
I
Christ,
can't
man.
believe this.
Gold gel, orange is 30%. Step back and let it load back in, and we're gonna fight him again.
Foes of the trash.
Double demon bash!
You leave me no choice.
Here! Oh my lord! Try this!
This one's mine. Where are you
Stand
going?
back! I'll trip it out! Dragon Swarm! We're not finished! Take this!
You'll soon see about that. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Radiant water astral energy.
Eternal chaos! You're mine! Struck!
I'm all
Devastation! We did it! Lunar Rondo!
Field. Lost in water. Stockpile. Water astral
Down on the
energy.
ground! Lewis
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Is it not coming back? It's not coming back. Okay.
Hi, Hoodle.
You can't get out of this! I can carve through armor! Elusive deity! I won't show you any mercy! Now you'll learn! Reflect.
Here, let me help.
Smite the blood! Prepare to be speared!
Raging Orb! Raging Cascade!
Eternal devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Light Astral
Down on the ground! Here I come! Negative is over! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! On your knees! Chisora! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
We can really make weapons with this?
Keep the chain going the best I can. Pork cake recipe. Pineapple
Those
gel,
soldiers don't seem
sweet.
to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Gotta break through! Take this! Burn it! Dance on the wind! Dragon Swarm! Try that!
I think she's got water set up. Yeah, she's got water set up. She doesn't have any... Oh... Yes, she does. She does have water. He doesn't have any water.
Tornado drop! Megasonic drop! Take it! Resonate with the earth! Try harder!
Denied! Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Dragon Swarm! Try this! Bloody hell!
Let's swap her out for him.
One more, in here!
I'll smash you!
I'll be saving water! More when that came from!
Not a chance! Dragon Swarm! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Here goes!
Take this! I'm not done!
Raging Gemini Ultra! Meteor! Mega Ray! This one's wild!
Ignite!
Gemini Ultra! Inferno! Here goes! By the power of water!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's another! Gemini Raging Cascade!
Explosive ring!
Sleep now! More
Southern wind!
Birthday!
I owe you one!
Sleep now!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Lunar Corruption! Raging Orb! Gemini Ultra! Switch
You're mine!
by the power of water! Mega Ray! Here! Nothing can stop me! This way!
Eternal turret! Here I come!
Going in! Sleep now!
You're mine!
I'll be safe!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Switch to armor! In here!
You're on! Dragon
More
Swarm!
stockpile! Photon Smash!
You're mine! Here!
Gemini Ultra! Here's another! By the power of water!
It's on! Try
Gemini
it!
Ultra!
Here I come!
Will this help?
I need to stop using dragon thrust.
Appreciate the help! I never miss! Far enough! I'll be saving them into the fray! Here's a healing that came from!
Burn! Dragon Swarm!
I'll be saving this
Megasonic drop! Try this! Explosive ring!
How about this?
Eternal devastation!
Here goes! Lunar Corruption! Going Glacial Spear!
Oh my god.
Take it!
Freeze Laser!
Here!
Raging Orb!
Try this!
Raging Inferno!
Explosive ring!
This one's mine!
Coming through! Ha!
Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Dragon Sword! Look shot! Wind!
Hear my call.
Look shot!
Raging Inferno. Here's the evil. Freeze Lancer. Don't get in my
Here I
way.
come!
I need to increase her battle, or her AG increase, her AG ability rate.
Here's the evil.
Dragon Sword!
Freeze Lancer.
Megasonic Thrust!
Here's the healing art. First aid.
Come on! You have to hold on!
I'll do it.
I should have brought Rin back. Boy.
Hey, anyone else think this might be a tough?
Apple gel, peach gel, lemon. Oh, I should have given her grape. Let's use. It's got a strategy. CP 25% less. Six. Use Panacea, right? At least one. And then if I, what is it? How do I storage? Use the items before
Ridwell's
using.
right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
This way, if anybody gets poisoned or anything, they use the item first.
Get lost. Fires of past.
Resonate in a bind!
Sharpness. Fled. Glacial spear. Pierce
Not
evil.
dead! Captivity!
It's like trying to keep up to a wall.
Try this! Down on the ground! Explosive ring!
Here's a healing art. Art seal.
Oh my god!
I couldn't make it in time.
Can you take it back from depths of veil?
I'll face you.
I'll resuscitate you. Here goes. That'll bring you down.
No escape! Dragon Swarm! Explosive ring!
Take it.
No further!
Waters, hear my call. Raging cascade. Blood. Glacial spear.
I'm ready!
I'll be safe.
Hey! Blow them away!
Lightning? Are they weak to lightning?
Here goes. One more. Raging cascade. In here. Glacial spear. Here's the evil
Dragon
stockpile.
Swarm!
Hit.
In a bind?
Freeze Lancer.
Devastation! I'm not done!
Raging cascade.
Nothing gets by me.
Do it. This ends now.
I should just activate all of their abilities. Let's do that real quick. Like it's not a bad idea to turn off abilities that the enemy is resistant to, but I don't know what they're weak to yet. It looks like it might have been lightning. Looks like it might be lightning.
I need to be stronger.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna lose my friggin' combo.
Hi, Hoodle!
Bring him down!
They really don't give up, do they?
Another incantation ruin.
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Here I go! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Should be all of them? Yep, all of them.
I'm practically unstoppable.
And
We
again,
seem to have come across something a
he's
little...
gold, which means he's gonna be stronger.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Take this!
That makes me a thorn in our side.
Healing circle!
You picked the wrong fight!
Astral energy!
Oh boy.
Here's evil! Searing tempest, and that's my will! I'll be saving this one!
Can't get out of this! This one's all mine!
Here's a healing arch!
Begin!
Arch field!
Seismic rupture! Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic fission!
Tectonic fission.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lunar corruption!
I'll blind you with
Radiant
Take
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Not on my watch!
Elusive deity!
Lunar field force! More energy!
Nice.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Okay, extending human talons. 1,000 gold. Sweet.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was sovereigns only.
Alvin.
So, like, why can't I use that ability, huh? Why can't I, like, use any sovereign abilities?
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that?
Jeez.
It's not
Hi,
like I have any
buddy.
choice in the matter anyway.
Hey, buddy.
So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean.
Jiggle.
How come you treat me like a person?
Watch out.
Because you are.
Don't.
It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to
Stop.
Dana. That'll be the end of
No.
it. I'm taking you at your word
Dude,
on
it's...
this.
I don't know what you're
I'm
freaking
trusting
out
you,
about.
not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Wonder if this will feed my battle chain. Whatever fight I get into. Because you know you're getting into a fight because they just gave you that thing. It's the final boss. Or the boss of the dungeon, not necessarily the final boss.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Dark core. I'm trying to get comfortable, guys. I'm sorry. Just can't seem to get comfortable in my chair. Well, this guy's cool. This guy's really cool.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Tormented limbs.
I've never known Faria to control noodles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core? Where did you get her hands on that?
First we handle the tubers, then we get some answers. I owe you one. I'll stop this charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Searing gale!
Lunar blast! I got fucked up! Magna ray!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished crow with life.
You once again! I'm not
You
done!
can't get out of this!
It's over!
I still got a fight left.
Oh my god.
Don't leave me!
Sorry, Trouble.
Lightning orb! Reflecting again! Thunder blade!
Not done yet!
It's over! Lightning!
Forgive me.
Go get it!
Wind!
Go get it! Death abyss! Brett! Get the wind! In here! More for the stockpile! Healing circle! Stop!
Try harder!
Need to pull myself together. Supernova!
All mine! Tornado drive! We'll escape!
Gemini Ultra! Annihilate air thrust! Lightning!
Alright. Let's edit her arts. No, come on. This one. She doesn't have anything lightning. Oh, she does. She has Blast Strike. Is that all she has lightning-wise? It's just that one? Cena Celestria. Celestria. She's got a ton of lightning. He has only Tenebrous Claw. He doesn't really have much in the way of elemental.
Forgive me.
Don't give up!
Holy shit.
I'll bring you back from death to this! Take that lightning condemn! Resuscitation blade!
Not done yet!
Lightning condemn!
to be let free. Now or never. Thanks. Try harder. My turn. Strike. Point flash. Lunar Battle. Rising Phoenix.
Let's go ahead and use. Let's go for pineapple gel.
Don't get in my way. You picked the wrong fight. One more. Healing circle. Double demon leg. Win. Flame of fury.
Let's go. Broke his core. Oh, fuck.
I couldn't make it in time. Can't get out of this.
Not done yet.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Resonate with the earth.
Take this. Front. Searing gale.
Air pressure!
Chocolate strike.
Here's evil! It's about to strike!
Chocolate. Look sharp, everyone. Now. Take this.
Healing circle! Thanks!
Win.
Oh my god.
Forgive me.
Damn it! Out of ammo!
Nothing gets by me.
Should probably switch out.
Pay for that.
Into the shadows! Radiant here!
Yeah, I'm gonna switch out. I'm gonna hold on. Edit. Dull him for her.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Chocolate strike.
How about this?
Resuscitation! Here's a healing
Enough
arm!
done.
Flaming meteor! Still! You're off! Lightning orb! Mega ray! Lightning orb!
Enough done.
Mega ray!
Strike. Point flash.
Mega ray! Here goes! Here goes! Arch field! Lightning
It's over.
condemned! Charger blade!
Rondo.
Thunder blade!
Rising
Inferno
Phoenix.
crossing! Healing circle! Thanks! Just
Good
left!
line. Thanks.
Annihilation! Lightning condemned! Here's a healing arm! Charger blade!
Rising Phoenix. Strike. Try this. Inferno turret.
Lightning meteor!
Eat this.
I won't give up! Come on!
Take this.
You have to hold on!
Win.
Charger blade! Thunder field!
Got him on the run.
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
By the power of fire! Thunder field! Far enough! Mega ray!
Let's go.
Enough done.
Will this help?
Double
Thunder
demon blade.
field! Healing circle! I'm ready! Look sharp!
Explosive ray.
Thanks so much! Lightning blade! Reload! Lightning orb! Reload! I'll heal you all!
Try
Lightning
harder.
condemned! Thunder healing circle! Thanks so much!
Win.
Here goes! One more! Inferno crossing!
Double demon. The flame inside was yours to be let free.
Don't get in my way!
Try harder. Ignite.
Lightning condemned! Thunder blade!
Thanks.
Water! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Nice.
Will this help? I can handle it. One more! Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike.
Ooh, that was fun. That was a good one. That was a good fight.
Now it's just her. Varia, can you hear me? Varia.
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Is that a fake core? There's no way that thing should have
Man, I
broke that
thought we
easily.
were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You
Who the
have
fuck
to
are the
live
Wild?
for tomorrow,
Congrats,
Dohalim,
Flyers, for
not
the
for
win.
yesterday.
Who the fuck are
And
the
not
Wild?
only that, you need to live for yourself.
Is it Vegas?
And
No,
for
they're
the change
Kings, aren't
that
they?
you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
I'm gonna lose my chain. More dialogue. I figured that's much. Figured it was gonna happen. Seriously, there's been more story.
What is it, Rinwell?
In the last 3
Do you
hours
hear
than there has
something
pretty
again?
much the entire game.
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
It's Naori who's reaching out.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions, I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Another conversation.
Finally.
Yep.
That
We have a
vision
conversation
saw,
after a conversation after a
it was as
conversation.
if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place?
What's up,
And what if
Cuckoo?
those
How's
with
it
a
going?
connection
How's your
could
night?
Then somehow pick up on
Wally
that?
B, I like that.
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems
It's going
unlikely
alright.
it
How
happened
about you?
naturally.
It's
Whatever it was,
going pretty
it
good.
survived here intact for 300
I've really
years.
only played for about
Whoever left
a
it
half
for us,
hour.
the
I've been
strength of their
live
intent
since
is
7
beyond
o'clock,
doubt.
and I've really only played for about a
Strength of
half
their
hour.
intent.
It's literally been non-stop dialogue. It's just been a movie pretty much all night. But it's going pretty good. The day's going good. It's Friday tomorrow, which is nice. Just FYI, I think we're getting a storm rolling in. We're getting some lightning. So I might kick out, and if I do, I'll probably just not come back. But we'll keep going. We'll keep pushing. We'll see. Just FYI for anybody who's
Soon,
watching, if I do
you
kick
might
out,
very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns.
that dialogue
as well
be
as my own
thick
past.
with 2 C's.
I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens, I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Yeah, it's been super dialogue heavy. I feel like I've gotten more story in the past 2 hours than I have this entire damn game, essentially.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited
Makes
in
me
your
wonder,
past,
seen
right?
any good not
Sure.
video game movies
We
lately?
can check it out.
Good not video game movies lately. So, shameless plug. Where are we at?
This looks like some kind of
chat
research
right here.
facility.
I have a weekly podcast called
The
PodQuest.
laboratory
That's part of
secreted away in the
OneQuest.
Forbidden Zone. Why am I past
We
being
do
surprised at this point?
a bi-weekly
Looks pretty deserted.
movie book club.
Let's check it out. It might give
And
us a new
last
lead.
week we watched La La Land. And I thought that was really good. I enjoyed that a lot. What else have I seen? I've been wanting to watch RRR. I have not watched it yet, but I've really been wanting to watch
The people of
RRR.
Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams.
That's it. Yeah, musical.
And here
It's
I
got
am, standing within its
Jake
hallowed halls.
Gyllenhaal, right?
It's off limits even for
Is that Jake
lords,
Gyllenhaal?
then?
No,
Talk
it's not
about an
Jake Gyllenhaal.
exclusive club.
Fuck.
Being exclusive is one thing.
I can't
but
remember
how many
who's in it now,
important
so I gotta look it up real
facilities let in
quick.
Only the sovereign.
Emma
Doesn't that
Stone
seem a little strange?
and is that Jake?
Strange doesn't cover it.
Ryan
If it
Gosling.
was
Yeah,
only
yeah.
one room,
For
maybe.
some reason, I get Jake
place on
and
this
Gosling.
scale? How did they keep it from
I get
falling into
Gyllenhaal and
ruin?
Gosling mixed up all
Whoever
the
the
time.
sovereign is, They can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Fair enough.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were
They're
growing
pretty
up?
good. Yeah, exactly. They're
No,
both
not
pretty
that I can
guys.
remember. Then again, sovereigns
But I
and
thought that was
forbidden
really
zones
good.
weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
What else have we watched lately, or what
The
else have I
Forbidden
watched?
Zone is a hallowed place.
I don't know. It's
at one with the sovereign's authority.
what's
Grounds of the one
so
true
that is
ruler
a
who presides over all realms.
Indian film.
That is what we believed this place to be.
I think
No,
they
we
might
were
be
made to
considered like
believe it
sort of a
was.
Bollywood
now,
musical.
It is finally time to discover this
But
era's
it's
true
basically
purpose.
like
Why it was kept hidden
it's a
behind the
long,
scenes
like
for so
3-hour movie. It's on Netflix. And it's like these two guys kind of have powers, and like they're on two different sides of a war or something. I'm not 100% sure, but I've heard nothing but good from this movie. Or nothing but good about this movie, not from the movie. And it looks fantastic. Like it's weird. Something I didn't know, that it is illegal to use live animals in Indian filmmaking. And all of the animals are CG, and it looks fantastic. They look almost real life. Like, even horses are not allowed to be used in Indian filmmaking, and the horses look like real life.
I think I can make this work.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks really good. I didn't know that either. There's Quarter Crew on YouTube.
Well, can you make
They
head or tail of
talked
it?
about it a while ago, and they had mentioned that. That's why.
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy,
That's why they're
so as to
partly
convert
switching.
its
It
molecular
could be.
and
It definitely
elemental
could be.
makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more.
I can think of
Research into
probably seen
utilizing force field
footage of a
crystals for the
stuffed cow
purpose of
being
stable
exploded or
astral
something,
energy
but I don't
containment.
see a lot about it. Yeah, I don't really watch a lot of
That must be
Bollywood
the
either,
master
but this
course.
one, it's been on my radar for a while. It's been out for a while. It
With
won
all
a
this
bunch
raw
of like
data, there's bound to be records
film
here
awards.
somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords too.
About the Lords. Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renin citizens.
Slumdog
In other
Millionaire,
words,
I think is what you're
It
thinking
may be
about.
that all Renins are unwittingly being
I don't
made
think that was
subject to some
Bollywood though.
kind
I
of
think that was American made.
grand
I think
scheme.
that was a Hollywood movie.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Saw that one. I've never seen Slumdog.
Where do I start?
Was that
All I've read
Bollywood?
so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To
Been
sift
duped.
through all of it would require specialized... Wait,
What is it? Did you find something?
it's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given
Yeah,
name,
it's-
Alphen.
Can't be sure. I just looked it up. It's it was British made, UK made, I
They
think.
re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
Jesus.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the sovereign residing in Rena.
Where can you go chat up
The
some more
crown
channels,
contest
enjoy
was
the
never
soap
about
opera?
deciding a new
Absolutely, thank you,
ruler.
Cuckoo.
It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this look...
Master cores. Master cores are instruments containing astral energy, also in 6 elements. Master cores, those of earth, water, and light. Limited to random crown contest. The only dark master cores maintained inside the Forbidden Zone. So almost is ready to be reformed. This is kept top secret. Be the master core spherical outer layers of force field crystal used for purpose. Inside the force field, astral energy stored in dormant state. For the duration of the tenure, each lord competes in counter contest. Master that type of astral energy. In the event of emergency, each lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock as necessary. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their individual strength. Design falls undiscovered and how the Renaissance materializes. Be advised that active master cores may resonate with other master cores located in close proximity. Stable. Due to successful regeneration of the Renaissance, master cores will cease to be deployed and the ground contest will be permanently halted. How long ago was it stopped? Spirit cores of terminals. When embodied biological subject, it establishes connections throughout its bodies. These connections are used in mass astral energy emitted from the host body itself. Because the emitted energy is prone to diffuse, the host must be placed within the range of spirit vessel. This means Danans must be employed to harvest the astral energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it is advised spirit cores be retrieved from host bodies used upon their death. Spirit cores can also be embedded in Zoogles to control them via astral arts. And physical load on the host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions upon confirmation of ideal workload to impose on host bodies without including death for maximum astral energies pending. Select topic, exit.
Location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Lennigus, a large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of astral energy to transmit to Rena. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign Maiden and her ensemble within the central core of Lennigus, comprised of classified and essential personnel resident zones around large conduit, along with the defensive layer surrounding them. The outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning the mechanism. It was designed, the deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to the residential zone. However, because that's the only place during the final ceremony, that spirit channeling ceremony, to contingency plan. It's the only place during the final stage needed until the phase Lennigus serves as central base of operations management and execution. Warning, any personnel with level 3 authority or lower should be forbidden from classified zone. Select topic, detachable harvester, a massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the spirit channeling ceremony. It serves as the tip of Lennigus conduit from which it separates. Upon landing Dana waters, it extends 2 sets of conducting pathways. It's connected to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Dana. To activate it, links a biological spirit vessel placed in each realm, efficiently harvesting the planet's astral energy mass. The accumulated energy is then transmitted to Rena via Lennigus. Because construction and adjustment take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lennigus' outer layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel so to manually interface. Other personnel function. Digital Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to rampancy exerted by the Sovereign. 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. Due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered planetary topography, enabling easier connection of the center of Dana. That's interesting. That is interesting. That is weird. Sedative mask. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed to pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended as prolonged use of the device carries a risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Also, production facilities incurred in the partial destruction of Lennigus. Additional devices no longer be manufactured. That's his helmet. Brainwashing report. Receiving reports of the robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm. A study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. The system is unique and it elevates only the Lord as the supreme authority while regulating both Renans and Danans alike as slavemen. Test Secretary 10105 serves as the realm's current lord and has achieved this without the use of any special powers, drugs, or special devices. Rather, it is done so by sheer governance. Given this method effectiveness, population control monitoring situation will continue. Item 1, collapse of county facilities. The extreme mental repression rooted in violence may be key to its role. Once the subject loses its autonomy, they become desensitized and fear that subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains effective way to cultivate special infantry and slaves in manual labor. Soldiers in Lennigus who have undergone this treatment will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. The result will be monitored. 2 more terminals to read. Lords, Each Crown Contest, 5 of the best qualified members of random populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they're granted level 3 authority, as well as one of 5 elemental realms to administer its corresponding master core. They are also assigned an ID crest indicating their designated element. Odin's Wrath with the raid of 6! Holy crap, buddy! Thank you so much! We are in story mode, we are reading documents. It's been a lot. Let me tell you, I've been live for almost 3 hours, and I've experienced about 2.5 hours worth of story content. This game, it is good. It is very good. It's fun. I was talking with Potato the other day, and he asked me what I would rate it, and probably like a 6.5 to a 7, maybe 7.5. Just finished all out. 9 hours, I would have died. I've done long streams. I did almost 10 hours on Sunday the other day. What's up, Zeta? How you doing? I almost did 10 hours the other day. I've done 12 before, and it was awful. Well, I did for my 1 year last year, I did 24. And then I did a subathon, which reached 24, and then I streamed every day for a month to cover up the extra subs. And it was a lot. It was a lot, let me tell you. 24 hours, I don't ever suggest doing that ever again. But thank you so much, Odin. Thank you so much, Zeta, for coming in. It was 12 hours max. It was so hard. Done several 24-hour streams. Look, I am not the young man who can stay up for 24 hours anymore. I am almost 35. I can't do that anymore. Let's get a shout out for both you two. But thank you guys so much. Thank you, Odin, for the raid. Welcome, raiders. If you are new here, my name is B Walnuts. I'm a variety streamer. I play a bunch of different games. Right now, we are working our way through the end of Tales of Arise. I think I'm going to push to beat it tonight. I don't really know how much longer I have left, but I think I'm going to keep pushing and to try to beat it tonight. And starting in April, stay up 72 hours. No way, Shrapnel. No way. Starting in April on the 4th, since we reached 300 followers, we were doing Apex April. I have to play a month of Apex. The rank split starts or is on the 4th, so we have to do a month of Apex from the 4th to the May 4th in ranked, and depending on my rank, we'll determine a celebratory stream. We just made a GoFundMe to raise money for Odin's visa. Would you mind if we could post it in your Discord? It's totally fine if not. So if you're talking about Catalyst, that is not directly my Discord. That would be Zaniac or somebody else. I am an officer on there. I believe there might be a channel for that. Let me look real quick. Let's see. Did we do something like that? I think we have general gaming. No, we don't have a channel for it right now. If you could, if you want, send in one of them. There's like reach. I don't know where it is. Request an admin. You might be able to send a message and ask if it's okay to post. I think it'd be fine, but I would want to talk to. I'll talk to the other admins and see if they're okay with it as well. But here, if you want to join my personal Discord, where is my thing? There's my Discord. If you want to be part of the Orchard, if you want to join that, go ahead. Go ahead and post that. I don't have a specific spot. I appreciate it. Also, yes, please. I don't know you. I don't. Yeah. Do a GoFundMe for the mortgage on a house, and I'll have enough for a visa. Oh man. But yeah, there's. Join the Orchard and go ahead and post. I don't have a specific spot to post that in mine either. So just post it in general, or honestly, you could probably maybe do accountability buddies. I don't really know. But post it on there, and I will thumbs up it and everything when I get off stream. Everyone's welcome to join that. Please join my Discord. Also, if you want to keep in touch with me on socials, on Instagram, TikToks, and everything else. Please follow me on those. I have been starting a YouTube channel, guys. I have a YouTube video that came out yesterday, so if you want to watch that and subscribe to my YouTube, please do that as well. I'm trying to diversify my content and get it all out there in all ways. And I have a new video coming out tomorrow. I think if I follow on YouTube and TikTok, I'll have to look. No problem. I appreciate you guys. But back to me, or back to the Raiders. Thank you so much. If you are new here, please do me a huge solid and smash that follow button while we go ahead and continue to finish this game. I'll be uploading songs on YouTube soon. I need motivation. You got this. You got this, bro. I believe in you. The selection process is based on astral artistry and physical mental aptitude. Other variables such as age. Because only the strongest. Good luck with the game. I'll be lurking. Thank you, Zeta. I appreciate you. And thank you so much, Odin, again for the raid. I really do appreciate you, too. Let's actually, real quick, let me look at my lurks. Because I am watching myself twice now. Or 3 times, actually. So, let's go ahead. We'll jump into cases. And we will jump into aliens. And lurk them real quick. I'll be right with you real quick, everyone. A one monitor system, it can be a pain. Trust me. Oh boy, there's more lightning. And I don't know who Roadster is, so we're gonna pop out of them. And we're gonna go to May. We're gonna lurk on May. There we go. Boom. Alright, back to the game. Back to the game. That's why I have split screen on my 34 curved. I want to get a second monitor setup. What I want is a tall monitor so I can set up chat and all other functions over there. And because right now I have like overlays set up where it's a see-through window. So if I can get a tall monitor with chat where I can actually use it as a touchscreen, that would be like the goal. But right now it's just I'm using a see-through window to be able to look at chat. It works. It works. Because the strong has become more, its position itself does not inherently make it any stronger. However, the lords are not the only ones capable of drawing out Master Course power. Owners must take part of the selection process, and acceptance position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event the acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, replacements can be prepared. Select topic. Oh, that's awesome. Short monitor life, cats forever. What channel do you want me to drop the link in before I go into the shadows? You could just go ahead and post it in general, and I'll share it in announcements as well. Go ahead and post it in general, and afterwards I will share it in announcements when I'm done tonight. No problem. Unique adjustment index text subject report. Following is report on the second successful case of sovereign test subject experimentation. Test subject 10105 name Volron generation NA unique adjustment NA. The subject possesses high latent potential and significant mental instability along with strong distaste for following orders. As such, risks posed surpass even those of the late successful subject. It's itself a failure and therefore under construction for disposal. Addendum: for a successful case in 300 years, previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subject 2 will be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed with the dispatch to Dana under the guise of serving as a new lord. Okay. That makes sense. The Sovereign. Sovereign acts as Lineage's controlled central control device for spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. The Danan subject serves as the base of its creation. In theory, the ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. However, such aptitudes are rare and uncovered within real conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is still not granted for those who survive it. This instability, coupled with Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the security of Lenegus if left unchecked. As such, stabilization measures must be put in place via the support mechanism utilizing the Sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternate methods to perform the ceremony has been found. Trials on Dana's subjects are authorized to continue. Unit 2 adjustments are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. The Maiden. The Maiden acts as Sovereign's support mechanism for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each time it's granted a level 2 authority in the ID crest. A Renin subject serves its functions, providing the Sovereign supplemental dark astral it lacks in tandem with the Renin's Alma. During the ceremony, it's partly responsible for astral energy conservation, as well as maintaining stability over the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between the Sovereign really... I should try quick kick. I've been messing with playing with the idea of maybe going into kick like once a week, or seeing how I could potentially grow my channel on kick. It's 50-50 if I'm actually gonna jump over or not, but kick has been on my mind. Definitely. I saw that Zeta was on there yesterday. Have you both tried it? Additionally, the degrees of intimacy between the Sovereign has been observed and positively impact level stability of both subjects. This trial activations of the Sovereign without the Maiden present are been furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the Maiden reinform the details of spirit challenge. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. In the line of plan adjustments, the current subject will have Maiden registration revoked. Return to original household. Oh my god, that was a lot of reading. I got hit with 4 ads. Oh boy. Let me know when you're back. 3 life bars, thank god. Grape gel. Sweet. Alright, let's keep going up.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
should be back, right?
That
Odin, are
vision.
you back from meds?
It must have been from when Naori helped Elfin escape Lenegis.
I was asking, what's your experience
She
been
sure
with
went
Kick so
above
far?
and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah.
It's only on.
If it
Okay,
weren't for
gotcha.
her, I wouldn't even be alive
Makes
today.
sense. It's still on
I owe her
beta
everything.
testing.
More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart.
Boy. It's like I posted
Your memories
I
and sense of
posted
pain as a
on
result.
Twitter about it actually
But
today.
more than anything, she wanted
Of
you
like
to survive.
thoughts on
And you
maybe
did.
switching over and jumping, and I'm like, it's taken me so long to reach 300. I'm almost at 2 years consistent streaming, and it's just like it's tempting. They've got the better split, which is very tempting, and potentially better growth opportunities. But like I know, I obviously know you don't go full force, full blunt right into it though. Like, we'll it's something that I might play with for occasional streams.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the Maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
Ooh, I like
These are the
this.
clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3
Looks like
centuries
armor
ago.
for a second.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack.
I mean, you could
Embracing
still
everyone.
smack him.
All the normal things.
It's just gonna hurt him more.
That people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Maximum AG, CPU restoration. Oh, I need to get her that again. Oh, that's a cool weapon.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Alright guys, give me 2 minutes. I gotta let the pup out. You wanna go outside? Let's go. Let's go. It wasn't actually letting him out, but I mean, it was letting him out. It was giving him his nighttime milk bone. Let's go. I like the armor. I do. I like the armor so much.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Where you
now
going,
all we need is
Chase?
something to fill up the
Come
void
here.
inside your head.
Shut up!
When you go upstairs without me, you get into trouble. Good boy. Another boss fight.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alfred, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Oh my. Oh my.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Red Woman.
Not feeling particularly popular.
It's no use, Elton. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Severing wind!
Concentration!
Wind! Void flash!
Annihilation!
Outline you in
Here, flame of terror! Just making it red!
You can't get out of this!
Freeze Lancer!
Eternal devastation!
Lightning condemned!
Shockwave flash!
Thunderbolt! Healing circle!
Another round! Shockwave flash!
What is this weak? What are their weakness?
Being interrupted.
I owe you one.
Let me help! Lightning condemned! Thunder! I'll bring you back from death to bed! Lightning condemned! Thunderbolt! Will this help?
No escape!
Healing circle!
They smite with lightning blade!
Healing foe!
This one's all mine!
Execution!
Let me help!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Eternal devastation!
Here's enough! There! Help this!
Begin! Outline you in the jump!
No escape!
Dance on the wind!
Gemini Ultra!
Dragon Snout! Severing wind!
Here goes! One more! Lightning condemned! Here's evil!
Stardust!
Another incantation ruined!
Will this help?
Shockwave flash!
Resonate with the earth!
Shining Stalagmite!
Coming through! Ha! Melt!
Scarlet Inferno!
I'll fix you up!
Jesus.
Recover! Thunder Blade!
I'll smash you!
Watch them
So they're weak to lightning. They're weak to lightning.
No further. Try harder. Confiscated. That'll bring you down.
This is some punishment.
You'll pay for that. Healing. Ready and ready. I'll bring you back from death to death. Wave inside me. Yours to be let free. Win. Devastation. One more. Rising Phoenix. Here I come. Megasonic thrust. Here I come. Negative gate. Eternal Dust. Megasonic thrust. This is looking good.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Ignite. Thanks. Now it's my turn. Captivity. Try harder. Lightning Dragon War. Megasonic thrust. Take it. Megasonic thrust. Severing wind. Smite with flash.
Oh boy.
Now you see what I can do. I'll face you. I can't get out of this. Not on my watch.
Great. No. Pineapple. 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 Orange. Orange. Because I can use 2 oranges.
Benediction light.
No more playing nice.
Don't suffer and suffer. Forgive me. This is my fault.
Ignite! Dragon Swarm! Megasonic thrust! Take that! I still got some great speed. Ready to go! Freeze Lightning Orb! Eternal Devastation! Searing Flame! Now or never! Wind! You're mine! I'm not done!
Oh boy. Get away, get away, get away, get away. Heal me, thank you.
This one's all mine! Here I come! Wind! On your
No, keep using magic.
On your I'll bring you back from death to this.
Bethlehem, heal me.
Here's a healing art.
Shoot.
Still got some ready and ready.
Oh my goodness.
Begin. You're mine. Ignite. Here I come. Dragon Swarm. Mega Stop. Penumbra. Pierce. Try this. The everlasting dark. Negative gate. Reflect on that. Healing circle. Eternal devastation. Dragon Swarm. Mega ray.
Oh boy, shit. Somebody heal me.
Take this. Here's a healing art.
Oh, it's now bunking because of Ren.
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Megasonic Thrust! Try it with the earth! Explosive ring! Rending you apart! Eternal devastation! Bloody howler! You're finished! I'll heal you all! Wind!
boy. What's that? Oh my god. Life bottle. Shion.
I can't lose. Stay here I come. Win. Execution. I'm not done. You're on.
Please use that on you.
Astral energy. Say no more.
Oh man, they did a really good job of boss fights and fights in general with this
Fighting
game.
is useless now.
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
Look at
You're
that fucking
obviously
weapon.
bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alvin? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he
Facts.
posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave,
What?
why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana have meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
a shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans. Yeah.
Do I have to run back?
Not in a good way, like with us.
Yeah, I have to run back.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalie? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renaissance too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
This is where they fluff it out. Like, again, fluff. I didn't need this fluff. Because now we have to go through the dungeon that we already just made our way through. With no CP. Potentially fighting enemies. Where, like, they could have taken me back to, like, the location. Alright, at least they gave me that point.
You're mine!
I'll grind you into dust!
Here goes!
The enemy wields arts too.
Blow them away!
Let's go. Come on.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Case. What are you doing?
Any injuries?
What are you hiding for? Hey, buddy. He usually goes a different way. So it was just that one fight? Oh, is that because did I lose that fight?
Get lost!
You're mine! Now we're never. I'm not done! Ignite!
I'll heal you all!
Crescent flash! Severing wings!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Feeling gale!
You're mocked! Searing flame!
My turn!
Lunar corruption!
Dragon storm!
Lunar blast!
Megasonic thrust!
This one keeps
charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
You know, I had already set that.
Try this! Take this! Megasonic thrust!
Behold! The earth pulse!
Oh, it's because he's in that mode.
Lightning orb! Here I go!
I'm nearly done for.
I owe you one. Double demon fang!
Down on the ground.
I'm not water!
Wind!
Lightning
Take this! Lunar escape! Lunar Rondo! You're finished! Time to let it rip! Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive ring! Burn! Wind! Take this!
Leave the charges to me.
Stardust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's what the marksman handles it.
Dragon Swarm!
Thunder field!
Try harder! Not yet! No escape! Try harder!
Go get it!
Double Finale! Dragon Swarm!
Here's evil! Lightning scatter! Thunder blade!
Wind! Here I come! Struck! Try harder! Neuroticity!
Back into the fray!
You're mine! Shockwave flash! Stardust!
Healing arc!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
I'm not done!
Healing
Severing
fire!
dust!
Supernova! Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Take this!
Blade blaster!
Try harder! Wind! Down on the ground! Twilight Spear! Stardust! You're mine! I'm not done!
Soaring blast!
You're mine! Crush!
Lightning condensed! Do it!
No escape! Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
I always have a hard time trying to figure out who to use
With
in some of
this,
those.
I can become even stronger!
What's with that sharp?
This one will be difficult to predict.
First
Devastation! Burn in hell!
Lightning condensed!
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Where are you going?
Devastation!
On your
Dragon Swarm!
Radiant slur! Do it!
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant penetrate!
Dragon Swarm!
Everlasting darkness! Another incantation ruin!
Crush! sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Reflect on thy sins. They smite with flashing blade!
Lightning Orb!
I've been doing really great lately.
Boom, let's go. Should be able to upgrade equipment out here. Should be.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look up there, it's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among them. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
That's very convenient, and there was no need for him to make that announcement, it seems.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Ground dasher, increase down damage. I'll go through that in a second.
The people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't... In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
I'm at an impasse
a
here.
Renan Lord. How do you figure that exactly?
Do I go
I was
forward
complicit in the Renan
or do
system,
I stop?
bound by its
I
values.
don't know how much longer I've
Resigned
got
to being
left,
swept along
but I know it's like
without the
one
resolve
boss
to take a
fight or
stand.
something, or
And
dungeon.
when I realized the severity of my mistake, All I longed
I
for
don't
was
know what to do.
punishment.
I don't know if I go for
Lord.
another
And yet my
hour,
first instinct
but
was
then
to
if I
place my
get
fate
to
in the hands
midnight,
of others.
and it's like, all right, well,
think I
one
can
more
relate.
hour, and like,
I couldn't
it's
stand
that
watching my people bow and
I
scrape
don't know
their
what
way
to do.
through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
We've still got some time left from what I'm reading. I just looked it up, guys. Sorry I was on my phone. I try not to be on my phone,
Check back in on the ranch.
but I had to look it up. We still have some time for sure left in the game. So I have to go fight one more Mantid. Is it worth? I don't really use her. I 60%. So we have 3 of those. Yeah, so...
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
From what I'm reading, the last dungeon is kind of long and tedious and kind of grindy. Because that's what this entire fucking game is. So, we're gonna get back to the ship and call it for the night. I don't want to, but... Like, I kind of want to push through to see if we can beat it tonight, but I don't have... it's more of I don't have the patience for the rest of the night to keep pushing through. I just don't have the patience to keep... To grind if I have to keep redoing a dungeon. I wanna beat this game. I want this game over. So yeah, once I get back to the ship, we're gonna call it for the night. And we will definitely have the game beat on Sunday. Probably not start at 2. Maybe still start at 2. Maybe we'll start at like 4. Start a little bit later than we've been starting. Like 3 or 4. Give me like a couple of extra hours to do whatever I might need to do throughout the day. But yeah, we'll do... I don't know. We'll figure it out. But we'll play Tales of Arise, and once we beat that, we'll probably jump on to something else. And play something else for the rest of the day on Sunday. Or maybe we'll continue with Tales of Arise, try some of the bonus content, the other bosses, and things like that. Like the end game, the post-game content and whatnot. But yeah, let's just get through this cutscene so that this way when we start it up, it's just right into the game.
We just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegus.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Ooh, that's convenient.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
A flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
We'll finish this dialogue stuff first.
Boo! Ah, what the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Alright. Let's save. Oh my god. So much story. This is honestly, yeah, I don't know what to say. It's been a little too much story that, like, I kind of lost interest from time to time. Let's go ahead, return to title screen, skip through this anime intro, and load up this. Make it so it doesn't go to that anymore. But that's gonna be it for tonight, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you again, Odin, for the raid. You're awesome. I appreciate it all. We are going to raid out to somebody, and we just gotta figure out who. You know what? I believe Captain Zeke just went live, and he is doing some Apex with Alien and Universe. Yeah, Zeke just went live. He's been live for a few minutes. So we tried raiding out to him the other day, but he was wrapping up his stream just as we were raiding out to him. So that's what we are going to do. We're going to raid out to Captain Zeke. I appreciate everyone for being here. I really do. Don't forget, anybody who's new here, don't forget, we do a weekly giveaway. If you want to guess what the Funko Pop themes are, if you get it right, you win an Amazon or online store gift card of your choice. We just reached 300 followers last week. So in April, all April, starting the 4th and ending on May 4th, we are playing Apex Legends. And we have to do it in ranked, and based on the rank that I end the month in, we'll determine a celebratory stream we will do sometime in May. Other than that, following Tales of Arise, following Apex April, we have Remnant from the Ashes that was requested by Numbers After Words, and we have Star Ocean of the Divine Force that was requested by Super Pac-Man Pal. So we're going to do Remnant from the Ashes first, because I don't want to do like back-to-back JRPGs, especially really long ones. So we're going to do Remnant from the Ashes, and then we're going to maybe do something else, and then we'll do Star Ocean. Like, it's just, there's a lot. I don't want to do 2 back-to-back super long games. Man, my arm's hurting from friggin' working out today. Ring Fit is killer. But yeah, we will be back live at some point on Sunday for the actual conclusion of Tales of Arise. I have to figure out one more title with a tail, with the word tail in it. If we beat it early enough, we might jump on to something else. We might just call it there. We'll see what happens on Sunday. It depends on how long the stream actually runs. And then starting on Monday, probably once or twice next week, we'll play some Apex. Probably play with Alien and some other people who are better than me to try to help train me and get me ready for ranked matches. And maybe I did just buy Anno 1800. Maybe we'll do Anno 1800 next week at some point. We'll figure it out. But I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much, again, Odin, for the raid. Thank you for hanging out. Zeta, Cuckoo, and everyone else who was here. There are so many people here. I appreciate all of you so much. Let's get the raid loaded up and ready to go. We're going to Captain Zeke. Zeke. Captain Zeke. He is playing Apex Legends. Of course, like always, please do me a huge favor. Be careful, be safe, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Be sure to wear mismatched socks. And of course, like always... Oh, I already said that. Of course, like always, don't forget to wear mismatched socks. I'll see you guys all next time. Peace.